Hello, Mr. Niren here. Welcome to Hyrule War Classic Ultimate. My submod for Undying Flames or Ice Commands mod Hyrule War. It's based on the December 2014 release, version 3.7.2. And this is my submod, Classic Ultimate, first released during the summer of 2019. Latest release was released on, I believe, November 25th, 2024, with a fix on January 24th, 2025, but I am playing the December 2020 release here, the Labrynna regime campaign, but we are also controlling the Zora. They have used declared war on each other because the Zora only need 30 regions to win the game, so they need to conquer 3 areas to win, and the Labrynnians are holding the capital of the Kingdom of Hyrule, and they only need to hold it for 5 turns to win, and yeah, they will win if the Zora doesn't conquer it before 4 turns have passed, and if the Zora do not conquer 3 more regions before that time has passed. Could probably attack, but I used to play this again and it crashed when I saved the game after. So it didn't crash during the battle, but it crashes after the battle when I save. Because of this I had no choice but about to win it, and then I just deleted a few of the units. So yeah, we fought 2 times and won both times, but for some reason it crashed when I saved. Oh, these are good troops. So we can't attack this time. They only have Hurun civilians inside. In this version they couldn't recruit Hurun civilians because I had done a mistake. Hurun could, but Labrynna couldn't. For some reason they had to use the cheat console to add some civilians in all of their main cities, but yeah, I had done a mistake. They fixed in January 2021, I believe. This was a bit older than that. The turn. By the way, the M.V tool or medieval tool or engine over project tool works again. We're attacking Volcana. We have only a cannon for the area. We'll have to resolve it. We have a huge moblin army here, and no CTD friendly units. We have 2 armies, only 3700 in Nalbalf's force and 1337 in Ashley's force, but we do not have any gunner posts, which means we'll probably lose the battle. It's Ashley, the mercenary leading the army. We might control it in 3rd person, as I've done that before. You have army strength ratio 1-4 in their favor. They have numerical advantage and strength advantage. We have mostly shitty troops. Some of them are spent too. Alright, we will still fight the battle on the battle map. I couldn't play a few battles in the previous video because the tool stopped working. But when I restarted the computer, which had been on for many days, which could have been the cause behind it, that it had been on for too long. But I restarted it and it also updated. It had a pending update. And after it restarted and the update was applied, I had deactivated Windows updates, but the update was already pending when I deactivated them. So when I restarted the computer, it still updated, and yeah, it worked fine again when I tried the mod after restarting. So we have only 36 in Palace Watch and our bodyguard. We have a few Tukke units that are numerous, but they are really bad, even though they have locked morale in this version and do not break, so they are much better than in the latest release. Then we have some other units, like the Pathfinder crossbowmen, but they are few. We have some cannoneers, they are also few. Gunners, I believe. No, crossbowmen. Bodyguard crossbowmen. Some gunners, but all the range units were few, and remnants from outer resolves. Sadly, I wasted like quite a few armies in those outer resolves of the previous video. Like at least 5 armies, maybe 6 armies were used in outer resolves and had more losses than they would otherwise, because they fought heroes like Ganon. Of course, I didn't save any backup of the old files we can't replay, and I wouldn't want to replay the stuff I did with Hyrule and Zora again. But yeah, when it comes to the battles against the Moblins and the Icanians and Majora, I would have wanted to replay that, but not the other stuff against everyone else. Still played for 5 hours, so... Maybe we won't control her in third person, because I don't want to restart the game if it has a game lock. It's more likely to crash if we do anything like that. Just attack the Moblins. Special ability shield wall activated. Alright, so range units will shoot at the enemy from a bit away, from afar, behind the enemy, behind our troops. They're not many, but they can still do damage. And then the Tukke will face off against their army. We also had some rock shamans, they are huge. They are weaker in this version. The Crown Rich Gorons really sucked in this version. They got better stats later, but the Tukke are much better because they don't break. They will never break in this version. So. The Moblins have numbers. It's a shame that we have wasted most of our armies here, and that Queen Ambi was assassinated. So I haven't recruited new troops in a few turns, because I wasn't gonna continue this front. Now I kinda want to do that. Just defeat the Moblins and the Church of Majora and the Kingdom of Icana. But it would take too long to march all the way from Labrynna. I've already spent the armies here, so... I'm a bit worried that this version and some of the later versions are more stable than the latest version. So I'll have to double check the latest version, because I had some nasty CTDs or crashes to desktop yesterday when I played as Majora after doing the latest changes. It's an unreleased version, but I did some changes and Then I had some nasty bugs with the Pope. I fixed an issue with the Pope where if he dies or if they lose the last settlement, I believe the game would crash. Now they have 2 settlements, they will never lose both, but if he died as a general, it would cause a crash. And if he died as a priest, it would also cause a crash. So yeah, I moved both Lier and Demoko to the area that no one can go to, because Lier is his heir, so I don't want them to die. Also made all the first sages, Uka sages, because they will die. If the normal factions die, then their priests will die too. So if the Gerudo dies, then the priests of the Gerudo would die, like Nabaru and first sage Kovalu. And by making them Uka priests, they won't. So I made all the priests Uka priests, like Neff had done previously, with the exception of the ones that belong to the factions. Like for example, I mean all of them belong to factions, but for example Nabaru and Kovalu, both of them belong to the Gerudo, but only Nabaru is a hero in battle for the Gerudo. So I only let Nabaru be an actual hero and priest of the Gerudo, and Kovalu was turned into a Uka priest again, because she doesn't have a battle model anyway. We are losing. Let's retreat with Area. No, I said retreat with Area. Too late, I guess. Oh, they only had 3 remaining, so the enemy had killed 37. Her bodyguard already. She could have been dead, but when they used their shield wall formation, she is in the back, so that's why she survived. Same with the banner carrier. Only one of the palace orcs are alive. We lost 99% of the troops. She didn't manage to leave the battlefield. She might die. It sucks that we wasted so many armies in how to resolve, especially against King Ganon. Can't win against. It's very, very difficult to win against Giants in how to resolve. So. The gunner posts would have worked now. I might actually use a sheet to give myself some gunner posts. I deleted them in the previous video because they would cause a crash with the tool, but I don't know if I am using the tool right now. I think I started up the game without using it, just to try out which units work and not. When not using it would be wrong, of course. I think I didn't use it right now. I used it previously when I fought the Zora battle, then I exited the game, I believe. No, I crashed when I saved after the battle when I won against the Labrynnians Turon. So I fought this battle again, then I saved and then I crashed, and I used the tool when I fought this battle. Then I started it without using the tool. There were Zora relations, Abysmal, faction announcements, Nalbalf, died a noble death in battle. Okay. They let our troops go, the Moblins. So we are not using the tool. could do this and try it, but I want to save first. Okay. We will also allow some reinforcements. We will overwrite one save. Start the battle again against the same Moblin army. Start deployment. As you can see, the gunner post riders are visible. So this means that we are not using the tool. Then the game might actually crash if this unit is a crashing unit. Okay. Very few remnants here, crossbowmen and palace watch. No idea why we have so few. Suicide remnants. Even the gunner posted very few units left. So I don't need a version without the tool on two of my computers, but the Windows 7 laptop still needs a version without the M2V tool, because I can't run the tool on that version. And the later version of the tool works, but it doesn't have the creature fix. So it's essentially the same as without the tool in many ways. So yeah, we need to find out which units crash without the tool. I know that the giant heroes crash and certain elephants, but then I'm not certain exactly which elephants. I know the giant heroes for sure, but not all the elephants crash, I believe. We saw the big Octo battle platforms worked fine in a previous video when I didn't use the tool. And this unit has worked fine as of yet. So maybe the horse chariots do not cause a crash. But the chariots of Icana did crash when I used the tool, and it wasn't working correctly. But now when I'm not using it at all, the gunner posts seem to work. Also the one battle crashed when I had gunner posts in the camera. It could have been demised, it caused a crash. They will kill the gunner post. Shocked that there's a few riders left. There's a remnant unit. They will lose this battle too. We only killed 3%. We had too few gunners behind the post. Had a lot of actual barricades, but not enough gunners. Otherwise they would be very good. Moblins even have Fessus bolt catapults. Lots of troops. This is also very annoying with the crashes after battles when you save and such. But yeah, there shouldn't be a transgressor crash. Maybe once every campaign it could happen, such a crash, but if they happen more often, like when I played Majora yesterday on the latest version that isn't released, then something is off that wasn't off before. So I fixed the issue with the Pope by handing out the Rome hidden resource to one area that can't be reached ever. So whenever they lose the Pope or first siege of time, and there is no heir anymore because the heirs have died too. And by the way, I said I had also made sure that the first sages are in the Uka now, so they won't die when the factions die in Hyrule, and the Uka can't die, so they always have heirs now. But even if they do not, or they have people that will vote on the next heir, the priests vote on the next heir, and then they need generals to be voted on. So that's why I didn't want Lier to be in Hyrule anymore as a general. Both the Moko and Lier are in the unreachable area now. They can still die because even though they are not mortal, they will never die of old age. They cannot be killed by other factions as they are in a region that other factions cannot reach. They can still die due to unfortunate events in the game, an illness or a catastrophe or something. And yeah, I have both in that area now, so that if that happens, it's one of them. It's unlikely to happen to both. Yeah, it's really annoying that we have crashes in the other version where sometimes when you save it gets corrupted. It can happen in this version too, but there was a weird bug where I had won a battle on the AI turn. I believe the Dunians attacked me as Majora during the AI turn, and I won the battle. And then it returned to the map. It didn't crash during the battle. The battles were all stable. But then after the battle, before the end, the AI had ended its turn, it crashed, and then I checked the log and it says something about transgressor error, which is an old bug that I do not know how to solve, and shouldn't be in the game, or should only happen once every campaign, but it happened. I crashed a bit too much, so I started to think maybe it's the latest version. But I changed back some changes on it later, so now I think it's fine. But the problem is the end turns take 3.5 minutes because I had edited the executable and tried to run it as a Windows 7 program, and it caused the exit to be extremely slow, and then when I turned it back it was still slow. So now I'm playing on the gaming computer where I haven't edited the files, so I believe the end turns are just faster here. This is also the older version. Where is our troops? We still had some crossbowmen. We can retreat. No. I think I will just charge in melee. Even these guys have way worse morale. I believe in this version of the mod, most units in the game had unlimited morale, because I didn't like in the past how the units would break and escape the battlefield, etc. I wanted everyone to fight to death. This was already back in, I believe, 2013 when I wanted that. I believe I had version 3.7.2 in 2014, in December 2014, and I changed the morale already back then. It was before I started the submod. So I made a submod based on a version that I had already edited a bit before I started the submod. Submod started in November 2016, but I had already edited the mod back in 2013, 2012, 2014. Different versions. I believe the 3.7.2 version was December 2014. They lost the battle despite the gunner post, but it's fine. Seems the gunner post was fine without the tool. This is good news. what isn't fine is the transgressor error. If it happens, but it doesn't happen in this version. It happened in the latest one, the VIP one. So I might have to go back to an earlier one if I can't remove it. We'll see. I changed the recruitment of Majora quite a bit there. Now we are playing as Labrynna, yeah. Iren could defeat her. She's OP. She can't defeat Ganon. Well, I guess we have defeated some of our enemies' armies with heroes, so they kind of did the same during the last video. I usually wouldn't let the AI do it because I would fight the battles in real time. And we lost this battle. Viran, she's a guy in general too. Would like to retreat with Ashe before she's under siege. Move this gunner post over there. We can disband that unit. We have a gunner post of 122 gunners. 116 gunners here. We're under siege over at Eldara. Right. These troops. Right. And with Twilight army there. Mostly shit troops in the army. Here are a general. They had some good troops there. We'll have to fight the battle on the battle map. Deployment. It's a shame that they no longer have the giant army. And I also messed up when I started the game by not clicking on the advisor. So you don't have the Kamek mod, unlike in the previous video. So you have hand cannoneers, quite a few. We have lots of Tuke, we have some mechs, steam tanks. Some remnant Aquadungus. Okay, let's see. Range units will lose formation. Okay, and and then One line is fine. Tanks could be over there. Cavalry could be on the sides. These troops could be one group. Swords could be shield wall. Pause the game. Attack the Twilight Remnants. We defeated the whole army essentially in auto-resolves, but they still have a remnant, and because of these armors they count as pretty strong in auto-resolves. We needed to fight it in battle to be sure that we won't lose too many troops. We also have the Repentance here. Well, infantry, the basic infantry, and they have some the Repentance are better, and then they have the really good armors. That's why they have so good auto-resolve odds. They have some flying shadow insects too. Let's start the battle. You have a banner carrier and a general. The general is a female this time. It randomly spawns a female or a male. They have the same type of helmet, which it doesn't look like on the picture. Maybe this was an earlier general, because it has the normal face of the troops, female troops, but has a completely different body. Twilight infantry, they are basic. They have 2 units of Twilight infantry, okay. These are slightly better. Unique to Midnight, the latest release. Like they should be. Garden's warriors are pretty good. They have really high defense. 30 defense. That's why their stats were so good. They have similar defense stats to the other elite units, like the goddess units or the Uka units. The rest of the troops will break very soon, even though they probably have better morale than in the latest release, but they still will break. Some units have locked morale that do not have it anymore in the latest release. Armors, of course, fight to the death. They are constructs. There's their captain. Female captain. Yeah, the armors have really good defensive stats. Just cut through the Tuke. Numbers. It's a problem that turns are so slow on the other computer. They used to be very fast there. I had to change the compatibility, and then everything went slow, because when you select the unit on the map to move, it's like it goes very slow, like slow motion, and then move a little bit, and then slow motion, and a little bit. But before I changed the compatibility mode settings, I believe it went very fast like this. Now it's like very slow, very slow, very slow, very slow, and I don't know how to return it. On this computer I don't have that issue, because I haven't messed with the compatibility. I thought that the crashes was because of the compatibility modes. I tinkered with it, and yeah, it became slower. And I don't know if I don't think it helped to return the sentence. I mean, I kind of did, and it was still slow. So, but I don't know if maybe there were some details that I missed. Maybe the computer needs to be restarted or something. Not certain. Really annoying when it went from like 2 minutes to 3.5 minutes of wait time every time. Almost won against their armies. They would have won in out-resolve, I believe. Or killed way more of our troops. We killed 73% of their troops, and they killed 22% of ours. And took him out. End the turn. Yeah, I mean, end the battle. I still want a version that works without the tool. So I can use it on my laptop. I mean, a Windows 7 laptop that can't run the tool. Wilderness clan. Let's get rid of the Salfos buildings. I don't know why I haven't done it already. Let's send these two. Enemy, they have some chariots. I wanted to know if they crash or not, so we will fight this battle too. The battle on the battle map. Even if the game would be stable without certain units not using the tool, it would still be a problem with the Pope. I mean, we fixed the issue with him dying and losing the last settlement of the Pope and all that by adding out the Rome hidden resource and such, but they will never run out of settlements now. They have one that can't be attacked, but there is still the transgressor bug. And if it happens once every campaign, that's acceptable, but if it happens a little bit here and there, almost all the time, then it's not acceptable. And I am worried that it's returned on the latest version. If that's the case, I will probably have to go back to an earlier version that didn't have the problem. problem with porting old models to the 4.7 version and, you know, using it as a base instead. If I want to play with the old models, would be that that version doesn't have the scripts of these versions. It wouldn't be the same anyway. It would be same units but completely different stats and completely different scripts. Of course the stats of the units could be moved over, but it would still not have any of the cool scripts. But the benefit of doing that would be that you could play with the old armies without having the transgressor bug, because I remember when I played the Majora and the King of Hyrule in that 4.7 version, that it was super stable. It still had the bug with the UI. If you played hot seat and clicked on a lot of buildings and to view them, you could still crash. The UI would get messed up and you would crash just like in this version, but it didn't have any crashes before and after battles, and when you clicked end turn it didn't have any crashes randomly, and when you saved the game it didn't have any crashes. It did have a fatal graphics error when I had less than 35 gigabyte of free memory left on the hard drive. That's the only crash I had in battle, where it would crash before the battle or during the battle due to a fatal graphics error. In 4.7, if you had less than 35 gigabyte of free hard drive space. So it can crash if you have little space left on the hard drive, but it was stable when it came to the other bugs that this one has. But yeah, that version doesn't have a lot of the cool scripts of this version. Both the ones NEP did, the very advanced ones, and the ones I have added. If I were to do that, I would have to also re-add quite a few of the scripts. I wouldn't be able to add the advanced ones by NEP, but I would certainly be able to add more heroes and such. Like add all the Zeldas and all the other heroes. Because the mod would need to be set in the earlier timeline again too. But I would probably do certain things differently, like for example Zelda 1 and 2 etc. They wouldn't spawn on certain dates. Instead I would have it so that, for example, you start with Zelda 1 and then when she dies you get Zelda 2, and when Zelda 2 dies you get Zelda 3, so they would never exist at the same time. In this version of the mod, I believe that in the sandbox campaign, or previously the freeform campaign in earlier versions than the latest one, that you could have both at once if she hadn't been killed. In Hyrule story I believe that she was moved off map and then the other one spawned, but that sucks when the character is removed by the game if she isn't dead. So yeah, I would probably let the player have Zelda 1 until she's dead and then get Zelda 2. As for the other versions of Zelda 1, Zelda 3 and Zelda 5, I would do the same thing as I did in this mod. In essence, have a script that would make the other spawn for other factions and such. But yeah, the benefit of doing that would be that we would have a stable mod that also used old models, but this version is playable, but with the transgressor bug it's really frustrating. So yeah, I don't like it at all. When that bug happens, it shouldn't happen. I played the Labrynna campaign for around 4 turns and I never had that bug. So. However, there are a bunch of other bugs in this version that do happen in all of the versions of this version that never happened in 4.7. So it would certainly be more stable if one were to move there, but yeah, it's easy to replace the models and the stats of the models, but then to add a bunch of scripts etc. would be annoying. And also there are a lot of models that would still take a while to replace the models and the textures and such. It might be more worth it to just play 4.7 then, but I wanted to play this version. I hate it when I win battles and then it crashes after battle. So maybe in this version I will only play the factions that have really custom scripts, like the Order of the Visrobe, the Stalfos Undead, the River Zora and the Sheikah. They are completely different in this mod compared to any other mod. And even if I were to port this mod to the more stable 4.7 version, I believe that those scripts wouldn't be ported because I don't have the skills to port them. But they're too heavy, too advanced, too vast. But anything else I believe could be ported, just not the heavy scripts for the factions, like the Stalfos Necromancer script, the Visrobe scripts, and the River Zora scripts, etc. So I would probably rather play those factions in this version. Anyone else that plays like a normal faction would probably make more sense to play there, but I believe the gameplay for the factions will also change, so it wouldn't be the same. The buildings changed, the recruitment changed, etc. So it would be very different, plus the stats changed too. But the benefit of doing that would be a more stable mod. And yeah, with the older models that I kind of prefer. I don't prefer them for everyone. Some of the HD models look much better, but like the Deku Scrubs, for example, look much better in 4.7. But I prefer the Gorons of this version because they are big and look cool. But in the new version 4.7, I believe they are small. Like in Hyrule Warriors, the models are great, but I don't like that the Gorons look like kids in that version. Well, in this version they look like huge monsters, which I kind of prefer. And I think that Labrynna has cooler style. They are based on Spaniards, I believe, in that version. Of the exploration age, I believe, and in this version they are based on, I believe, could be everything from Russians, Ukrainians, to anything else. I mean, they look like they have music like the Russians. They look kind of like Russians. They have similar units to the communists essentially, but they also have the colors of Ukraine, blue and yellow, and they have I just think they look like a mix between Ukrainians and Russians, and yeah. Plus they have Swedish colors too, because Ukraine and Sweden have the same colors, blue and yellow. And the helmets, I know they are from an official game for the Game Boy Color, but they remind me of Nazis to some degree, with the brown pants, the helmets. So like a mix between Russians, Ukrainians, Nazis and Swedes. That's what I see anyway, and the new version had Spaniard look instead. Spaniards that went to America and defeated the Aztecs probably. I prefer this look. But anyway, there are a lot of factions that look better in 4.7, like the Deku Scrubs and the Order of the Visrobe have way better units there. I mean, they look way better. The only one I think look better in this version is probably Hylia, the false goddess, the hero, but everyone else looked better there of their units. I mean, she looked more ladylike in this version. But anyway, say at least half the rosters look better in 4.7, and then a few look better in this version. Okay, but the models look updated in this version. Would have been better if the new version had just had the same style, but wooden models probably. But anyway, let's. I believe this version was based on Twilight Princess and Ocarina of Time and terms of style, while the other one was based on a later game. So Ocarina of Time is a game from 1998, I believe. So it's really old. And Twilight Princess from 2006, it's also pretty old. Whilst Hyrule Warriors, which 4.7 is based on, is dated 2014, so it's way more recent than the style of this version of the mod. But I played only very little of Twilight Princess and nothing of Hyrule Warriors, and almost finished Ocarina of Time. I got stuck in one of the last temples. I had a guide, but it was based on the N64 version. I had a Master Edition or so for the GameCube, and there were some changes there that weren't compatible with the older guide. So I couldn't beat one of the temples, I believe. But otherwise I played the majority of the game, but I did watch YouTube videos later where people finished the game. So I have actually finished, I have watched the entire game of Ocarina of Time, but I have only played almost the entire game. That's why I have kind of a taste for the style in Ocarina of Time. And I also always liked the style of Twilight Princess, even if I didn't really play the game. Okay, let's start battle. I used to own Twilight Princess on the GameCube, but sold my GameCube in 2011. I had never played it much. I played a little bit. I remember being on a farm and doing something with the horses there. You were in Odunna essentially, as Link, and we're in a ranch, I believe, and we're doing something with the horses. And that's all I did in Twilight Princess. Okay, let's start the battle. Reinforcements, Yorbi. She's a general, I believe. We have the Canyon chariots, and they are visible because we are not using the medieval 2 or engine or project tool. They seem to be fine as of yet, but you never know until the battle has crashed. I only see it as working if the entire battle is fought without crashing. We might need more than one battle to be certain, but I think I can, based on the previous battle, I think I can say that the gunner posts are fine. Chariots, I don't know. Some units are stable when there is just one unit, and then they crash when there are more. For example, the Scarlet Tracking Hounds or hyenas of the Scarlet Crusade in Warcraft of the War. They often work fine when you have only 1 or 2 units in a battle, but then when you have more than that, they crash. So it's not 100% certain that these units are stable without the tool. They should be, hopefully. They were on Windows 7 for sure. On Windows 7 only the giant heroes could rarely crash. They were not crashing immediately there, only rarely. And in this version, by the way, they had alive Icanians in the campaign, something that was changed later. They had both alive and undead. I believe the undead ones could be armor upgraded into alive ones, so I wanted to use all the models, but I later changed that and removed the alive ones because they didn't fit with the officers that are undead. But I didn't want to mix. I would like a feature where they could be uncursed and such, but I can't add any new events to this version either. I also had problems with the music. When I added new music, all the sound of guns and cannons, etc. disappeared. So we won the battle. If we were to play on 4.7, I could easily add the new music and change the music and such, and we'll probably also easily be able to do other things like other events, so it's much better as a base. You would lose all the coolest scripts if it was based on that version. So it's better to use this one for the cool unique scripts, and then maybe a more sandbox version could work on that version, but it would still require some effort to move over all the old models as replacements, and then all the cards, then some of the scripts. So yeah, it wouldn't be too fast, and also the UI is wrong. You need all the building picks and the old UI back to, and if one is unlucky after all those changes, it might still become unstable, even if it was before. But if I don't touch the UI, then I don't believe it would become unstable. I don't know if the UI change files make things less stable. So anyway, kind of would enjoy playing a version with the old models that wouldn't crash after battles. It would be fun with all the units. You would have to use the tool if you want giants, etc. But the version without the tool, it looks great, it would be fun. Now we are not using the tool on Windows 10 Pro. And it worked fine with the chariots in this battle, the gunner posts in the previous battle, and the big battle platforms, despite being elephants, worked fine in this version. I know that the 4.7 version of them do crash without the tool, but the non-HD version worked fine. But I know there are many non-HD models that will crash without the tool, like King Ganon or Veer and the Cunning, and some others. Heroes. So in the latest VIP, I changed the recruitment a bit for Majora and added a new building, the Majora Bar from 4.7. I also added the Sky Portal for the Uka and changed the recruitment too. And added 2 new units to the Uka. Wind Tribe civilians and the Wind Tribe soldiers. I thought they fit. There's new units there because the Wind Tribe and the Uka are the same people. The Wind Tribe ascended the heavens and became the Uka essentially. And because Ligier is kinda still in human form, maybe not all of them were made into Uka, I don't know. Anyway, I thought the units fit in the Uka faction. Let's release the troops. In this version of the mod, if you release them, it's less likely to crash. It could still crash, but less likely. If you execute them, it could crash. In Outer Resolves, it's fine to just execute, but in real-time battles, after real-time battles, it's likely to crash if you do. Right, you can't move anymore this time. This version had all strat-models. Yeah, version based on 4.7, where we have only the old models, would kind of be interesting, but then I would need to change the UI and the building picks and the models for some, and I don't know if the stats would be changed, but probably if you want it to be like in this version. But yeah, the tool would still need to be used for the giant heroes and some other units. A version without the tool will have to cut quite a few units, including any giant hero, unless they can be made into infantry. Some of the 2-legged heroes can be made into infantry, but all the ones on 4 legs will probably get cut. I have another battle here. believe we had an enemy army here too. Full-sized army. And this army. Go up there. I don't know though if we can sell out and get reinforcements. Yes, we can. Good. We'll not fight that battle immediately. Move these troops over there. A battle here too. They're under attack here. We only have Hyrule civilians there. Okay, can move some troops. The tanks can move further. Only need one ram there. Not the best troops. These troops here. I believe they were in the previous battle. So we released them. These troops are there. Tank to be moved there too. The rest can't reach. We do have a tank here, so we can attack. And we'll start this battle. Didn't even need to fight it. They only had one unit. That location. Now we can't reach that area. Alright. Here we quite an army. I believe the managed golems will crash. They are giant elephants. The rest are infantry. Gunners, managed armors, home guards, 2k slaves, armist warriors, armist statues. All of them are infantry. The managed golems would crash for sure. We need to use the tool for them. We wasted like 5 or so armies here that we had moved all the way over there. Fighting Ganon and some others. have the Meister Ratful there and Oogle on. I defeated the Mice, another giant, by out winning the first thing we did in the previous video. Oogle was defeated by Veer, I believe. Right, we can fight some battles. We'll start with this battle. They have 5 generals and some troops. This battle could crash. They do have the big Octo battle platform. We'll find out if it's stable or not by fighting the battle in real time. We'll save 2 times. In case we have a corrupted save. How much range is 2-3 in our favor? We have 2 gunner posts too. If the battle works, we know that all of these units are stable. If it doesn't, then well, one of the units are crashing. Could be the gunner posts or the big Octo battle platforms of the Zora. Start deployment where in Kokiri lands. Alright, so place the gunner posts there. Lose formation. Our troops could be one group. We have to place them manually so they are protected. Right. Then fire wheel will be on. Defend this location. We have a cannon. Lose formation. Special ability. Fire exploding arrow. Fire wheel should be on. Be over there. Second gunner post over there. 75 units in boat. This was a fresh unit, I think. Yeah, fresh unit. Then we have the Tuke. Certainly place in front the gunner posts. Help protected. Okay, and then the Blue Dragoon cavalry unit. Move them over there. More of them here. Let's place them over there. Another one there. Then we had another one. So, and then we'll just move this one into this group. Have defensive position on. They will hold their positions. We have a mystic. Can let stay here. Boost the morale of the troops by chanting. And we have the troops that we want to attack. Will be AI control. Steam tank. And actually this one could be, don't want them to attack, they could defend these. Okay, and Palace Watch be there, will also defend. Right, and Mystics could be there. Okay. Cavalry will be attacking. Will be AI control. Start the battle. Attack. Use the horn of the captain. Gunner post is the captain. These are the big battle platforms. They didn't crash in the previous battle. They could crash because they are elephants. Maybe I was just lucky. The smaller ones are not elephants, so they will not crash. They are horses, pretty much. These guys are elephants. If I use the tool, they won't crash at all, but then we won't see the riders, which ruins it to some degree. So hopefully they won't crash, but sometimes guys can work without the tool, but can still crash like randomly in the battle, like late in the battle instead of early and such. We are attacking with the Labrynna gunner post. By the way, I was to say that if I move to the other mod, you could edit the music. You could change the music of some areas then, and there's some other benefits too. So let our cavalry attack. They are already broken. Just one unit of blue dragoons. We also had a tank. Should be attacking. So our gunner posts are firing now. I mean, this mod is fun when it doesn't crash in the battles, especially. I believe it's stable on the map when you let the AI fight the AI, and when you fight battles without units that causes the game to crash. But that transgressor error is really annoying. So we really need a version that doesn't have the transgressor bug. So that would be the reason to move to another version. Get rid of the Pope bug or transgressor bug. They're very long range, the gunners. Might still reach us, but we have a lot of troops protecting the gunner post. Should probably be fine. We killed 22%, lost 2%. They charge with their cavalry. Fortunately we have cavalry too. Sadly we can't use the Kamek mod and zoom in on the units more than this. This is the max zoom in the original game, vanilla game. But if you have the Kamek mod on, you need to click on the advisor and the battle starts, and I didn't get the option. So I messed up in the beginning when I started the game, probably. But yeah, when you have the Kamek mode on, you can zoom in way more, seen in the previous video. I like zooming in on the units. Oh, they killed this part of the gunner post. The gunner posts are not as OP as they used to be, because they can break and they no longer have the advantage. For example, they are wavering here. So they can break and then they will just stop firing. They give up. So we did defend them with troops. We didn't have numerical advantage there. We'll probably take out the first row. In the second row, Jesus, they take out the second row. The gunners are shaken. Order Palace Watch to attack, same with the Huron Mystics. They sent all those troops there, but what about the other front? They might actually die in masses here. Let's put them in loose formation. In case those guys would shoot their beams. They're really dangerous against masses of troops. If you don't want them to be in tight formation. These guys have even fired. They take out some of our gunner posts. Real battle seems to be taking place here. Let's move over there and just fight them. Send the Tuki over here. Seem to be needing it. The battles in this version of the mod are perfectly stable most of the time, but not you never know when that transgressor bug that crashes the game will happen. I believe in this version maybe it didn't happen, but in the latest one. So yeah, not the most stable after battles. Because it mostly happens after you win battles. This had been the latest version, the Tuki would have not had very good morale. Had a battle where an entire army of Labrynnians just stood and did nothing. They had like a lot of troops and still just stood there. Allowed themselves to be killed because they were too afraid to do anything. That's how shitty their infantry has become. And return to the original stats. They are really bad infantry. So bad that they won't even fight if they feel disadvantaged. Their range units are about as good versus melee in some cases, but it's good from afar. It's still a big disadvantage because then you can't use the cannon fodders in the same way I have done in this campaign, because they would break long before they do in this version. We killed 72% and lost 40%. And General Fallen, the Exocus, but they had 5 generals, I believe, in this battle. They had recruited. kill the shock troopers instead. It's a great battle though. I'm happy to see that the gunner posts work without using their tool. Same with the Big Octo battle platforms. Then I wonder if the Big Octo siege engines will work too. Only the units that do not work would be removed. It would need to be tested exactly what unit work or not. And it doesn't work to test it in custom battle, because most units work in custom battle and then they don't work in the campaign necessarily for some reason. Like in Warcraft, all the giants work in custom battle, and then when you do not use the tool in the campaign, some of them crash immediately. But in custom battle they work fine for some reason. Kill 84%, lost 46%. Looks like we're winning. They did take out all the tanks. Did better than I thought they would against this gunner post. Have an entire unit plus some troops. Right, let's just to be AI controlled. Here's their officer of their unit. I don't think it's a general, but it's certainly one of their officers. Still have some mechs, 21 or so. Where's the other gunner post? Over there. Okay. Can let these guys join. Continue the battle. Valkas died. Sekos died. Kill at least 3 of their generals now. They had 5, I believe. Maybe some of them fled the battle. He only had a captain leading this battle. No general. Lost 51%, still lost half the army. Some will be restored after battle though, because they are only counted as hurt. After each battle you restore some troops. If you win, seems the Labrynians managed to strike back the invading Zoras. Here forest region. Alright, we can exit. Heroic victory. Lost 1025 men out of 2339 men. 1314 remaining. We killed 1021 and took 162 Zoras prisoner. So yeah, we killed slightly less than we lost. lost about half the army. The enemy under General Balkos, but there were like 5 generals in their army. They had 1443 Zoras, lost 1295, only 148 remaining. Killed 1144 of our troops. They killed more than we did. They took 25 prisoner. Battle statistics: Kukiri Forest 214 after Ganon. Gunner post killed 110 enemies. Another one killed 154. Mix killed 95. The steam tank killed 181. Steam tank is really OP in this version. I believe it got nerfed too in the latest one, and in the later versions I believe it was OP here. Just almost a giant in this version. It was a giant pretty much. Just doesn't crash. Yeah, I believe the problem isn't crashes in battles. The problem is, for the most part, crashes after battles in this version. When you execute enemies, or sometimes even when you release them. And then of course also sometimes when you do none of that, but yeah, when you save, for example. Over there. These troops, 4 units, need 5. Let's move a Tokyo unit too. Lay siege to that area too. That one. Oh, we can attack now. Can essentially take this area now. We'll set back their plans to take 30 regions. Okay, we have a 4-1 advantage. We have a healer there. Just out to win that too. We hold 40 regions currently. Resistance is futile, so we go. Lacked tank there. Needed a tank. Right, none nearby. These troops are close to their canyons. We don't want to move them necessarily. None of these armies had tanks. Here we had quite a few tanks. Let's fight this battle then. We have a 1-1 advantage. They are led by a captain. It's one of the Zora armies that defeated our armies previously. Have these troops. Right, let's fight the battle on the battle map. So all the Labrynian armies are fine except some heroes, the Muck-Chief Labrynna and the hero Viran. They crash. We'll try make Viran infantry without changing the model and see if that fixes it. Or two, we would have to not use her. But I think she is more stable now with the new animation when she flies around. Could be wrong too. Okay, so the tanks. Loose formation, fire at will, one group. Right, infantry, one group. Then we have some cavalry too, melee cavalry, and ranged cavalry. I think we will just let the entire army be AI controlled. It would be more fair to the Zora. We just do this. Otherwise the battles are too one-sided. When I control the Labrynians or the Zoras, the one I control always win. Easily. As far as I could tell in the previous video. It's better to let the entire army just be AI controlled. The mech unit is the captain. We are moving back for better positioning. We want to have the upper ground. Forgot to shut down Discord. So you're annoyed with by the sound of Discord. And then someone writes there, not necessarily to me. Could be a group where I'm a member, where I do not even write. I haven't written in ages, and still I get the annoying sound. Horse cavalry are fine, of course. Here we had some long jockey, Toki cavalry. Okay. So I used the modern 4.7. The Dungus as Aquadungus, they looked exactly the same as Snaps Aquadungus from Hyrule Conquest, except they were red in Hyrule Conquest. And they are green here. They could have, of course, I heard from Codeman that they should be red, but yeah, they could probably use a skin to make them correct in that sense. But otherwise it's the same model, essentially. They have the upper ground, and they have some dangerous mages too. Oh fuck, they have mages. We will change my mind. Fire at will. Have any cavalry? Well, of course, charge their mages. Jesus Christ. Forgot that I had dangerous mages. Of course I should have just ran at them to start. Didn't think that one through. I wanted a fair battle, but the problem is that when they mages, the AI just walks towards them and everyone gets killed before they ever even reach the enemy. So we need to at least control them manually until they have reached the enemy in a melee with all their troops. After that we can switch to AI control. So I believe that now it's a better time to do that. Yeah, we can't be fair against mages. If they walk towards them, they would all be massacred. Killed a few of our troops, 9%, because we were slow. We have killed 52%. We had the tanks too. The OP in this version. We had the cavalry to hunt down their mages. Every faction in mod have access to this cavalry unit. They are mercenaries. They are also regionals for the... They are regular units for the Tuke and they are regionals for the Labrynnians. And mercenaries for everyone. We won easily this battle. Never killed 72%. Let's continue. Yeah, the battles are mostly fine in this version. It's the situation after battles that's frustrating. Then you win them and then you save and then it crashes, or click end turn and then it crashes, or you meet when you click release or execute. I know that 4.7 do not have the issue with executing enemies or releasing them. It never crashes when doing that in 4.7. It might have the end turn one, but it hasn't happened when I have played. That crash usually won't happen here neither, so I don't know. It only happens in the late game mostly. Save crash, I believe, is when the save is corrupted. Shouldn't happen. It happens sometimes. I don't know if 4.7 has it or not. I know that 4.7 doesn't have that poke bug or transgression bug. It's mainly that bug that's the problem, and the execute enemies bug. All of which causes the game to crash. I don't want a mix between the old and the new units, so even though I prefer some of the new models and some of the older, I wouldn't want a mix. So if I'm gonna do that, I would have to replace every single roster, which would be quite an effort to do that. I don't know if it's worth it. Because this one is pretty much finished, not this version, but the latest release essentially. I have a VIP too, but I have some problems with it. I would like to release an update, but I don't know if it's as stable. Let's see. Killed 422, lost 173, they lost 716, I killed 64, they did very poorly in the battle. fought the battle at Hyrule proper region, where the capital of the kingdom of Hyrule is located. 114 after Ganon was the year. Takodunga Yoki's killed 122, they're pretty good. Release them. So in 4.7 we would never have to release them, we could execute all the time. Here I am worried that it would crash if I do that. Okay. Still had a few battles. I believe I had this battle too against the fresh army, the Zora. Fight this battle too. Save 2 times. Options. Advice. Set the battle in the battle map. Deployment. Still in the Kingdom of Hyrule's capital area. So the cannon, the tank will be in loose formation. Fire at will. Only had 1 tank. Other troop, the infantry. 1 group. We can't have them as AI controlled because we need to charge the enemy fast. They'll be in loose formation too. And the rock shamans could be in enchant mode, loose formation. We have the blue dragoon bears too, loose formation with them. Battle, post the game. This is the enemy army. This army has not been in battle before. This is charge. Troops. The Toki are overpowered in this version because they never break. But if I nerf them, they were a bit too powerful in this version. The tanks too. Didn't want them to be that overpowered. Gear amazement and the bigger ones could attack the main prime. Actually they could be attacked by the mechs. These guys will attack the shock troops instead. We have a cavalry unit too. Just attack the most dangerous guys with them. Attacking melee the bears against their mages. Who is the captain? The tank. Okay, well, it's on the horn too. The captain. They had no general. They had a captain as well, I believe. This was the army consisting of all their troops in the Goron lands that Zora had in different cities. They had no general there. So that we had some cavalry. In any ported version I would remove any 4.6 units, I believe. Only if I wanted it to be a classic version. I think a classic version without the cool script it wouldn't be perfect anyway. At least it would be 100% stable. Yeah, classic version might be better to do with 4.7 as a base, unless I want to turn this into a classic version, but then we still have the transgression bug probably. Right. 8% allies killed, 34% enemies killed. This was a very even battle. They had a huge army that hadn't been in battle before. Many of the other Zora armies had been in battle, so they weren't as numerous. Had fewer infantry and such. Battles are fine in this version. It's just that it crashes too much in other places. Stable version with the old models would be nice, even if it doesn't have any of the cool scripts. I mean the most advanced scripts. I believe the Goron Rams would crash without the tool. That's one of the coolest units. Would have to be removed, which would suck. Then I guess instead one would probably have to use the modern HD version of the unit, which is stable. It wouldn't fit as well the faction. Oh, I forgot to put them in AI control. was a massacre here. So we killed 56% of the enemy, then they broke. They killed 46%, so it was very even. Their side broke. The latest release, I believe the Tuki there would have probably broken before the Zoras. Same with the Palace Watch, the Knights of Ambi. The Crown Rage Gorons and the mechs would probably be either the same or better. The Crown Rage Gorons would be better. The mechs the same probably. Tanks would be worse for sure. Both in their attack and in their defense, especially their defense. And in their numbers maybe. Defeated the entire army there. Zora. Many killed 57, let's continue. I don't know, I kind of wanted this version to be finished very soon. But if the latest version will be bugged with lots of crashes, then yeah, might be worth it to try and port it. Just so we can have a stable version instead with the old models. But I don't know. Or I will just have to play on the modern version. It's not bad, but I prefer the style of this one. And I was gonna do a classic version where I remove all the 4.7 units. So we have only one style. I was gonna do it on the classic ultimate as a base, but it might be more worth it to use 4.7. But I don't know, we'll see. Then there would be two versions of the mod that are essentially 100% stable, instead of one version that is stable and one that has lots of CTD. Many people don't want to play this version because it crashes too much after battles and such. Well, 4.7 is actually stable enough for a seen it on war on YouTube to play it. So if I were to port these models, then maybe to 4.7 I mean, and the UI and such, and if it's still stable, then maybe he would also play this version with the older rosters. But who knows? The reason he isn't playing this one is Classic Ultimate is because it's too unstable after battles and such. Okay. I mean, I have dealt with the crashes in this version, and there were a lot of crashes after battles and such, but I still enjoyed it. I would prefer if there are no battles that crash, or after battles, I mean. Like 4.7 is much more fun because it doesn't have those crashes, but this one is still fun. It's just that it's very annoying every time it crashes. Battle statistics, because you need to replace stuff or auto win, which ruins a bit of the fun. So Hyrule Prime Proper Region 2014 of Ganon. You won the battle. release them. You wouldn't have to do that in the other version, of course. Siege engines. Let's start to solve that one. Send some into the fort. We'll attack this first. Do we have any troops we can send there? Seem to have a numerical advantage. We don't need to attack this turn. We need reinforcements there. Send these troops. Here they had a remnant force. Fight it in real time, it's just more fun. Because it's a capital battle. Battle of Hyrule Prime or Hyrule Castle. Yeah, this version of the mod would have been awesome if it didn't have those crashes after battles randomly. Still awesome, but you know, would have been much better if it didn't have that. Still much more stable than it used to be. Okay. Battle. Reinforcements, Captain Doribi, Captain Alberibi, and the same guy. 771 men under Captain Doribi, and 944 under Captain Alberibi. We only had captains in this battle. Zoras are moving back. They are not retreating. Hand cannoneers are firing at them. We only had 4 of them. We have an army coming over here, including gunners, 78 of them. Mechs, Tukes, cannon fodders, soldiers, grenadiers, dragoons. Alright, hand cannoneers too. We had some good units there. Also in this version the shootout stance is bugged out and we can't see the portraits. I don't know if that's the case in the other version. Might be. Might still be the case. It's more nice when you can see the cards of your ally. In War to War you will see the card of the general or captain that reinforces you. And if it's not, if it's a captain, you'll see the unit instead of the captain card. If you have a unit of gunners, you will see a gunner card here. But in this version, for some reason, you have no cards. And I don't know about 4.7. They're using the gunners correctly here. rest of the troops are just moving around. They seem to be moving some troops now, grenadiers, towards the enemy. Got some dragoons too. So the pistolmen are better than the gunners, but can only be hired or recruited, trained in the late game, because they have no reloading. The gunners need to go down on their knees and reload. Same with the hand cannoneers, while the pistolmen do not have any reload. They fire all at once and then fire again and again. They do not have reload, which makes it a much better unit. Captain was killed. We killed 45% of the enemy, 7% for the 8%, lost 3%, we killed 49% now. Had some infantry, but they're just standing here because they're being fired at. Probably they feel like they are too few to move. The AI feels it has too few troops to just stand there doing nothing. Too scared to move, probably. Even had some Deku monkeys from the region of Torongo in the battle. Even after we win the campaign, we could still continue if we want to kill off the other factions of the AI. The former captain of Hyrule over here. Got some miners inside. The cannon. It's firing missiles actually. Yeah, it would probably be very good for stability to port classic version to 4.7 too. It would probably require more of an effort than just turning this into a classic version. But it would be better for the gameplay experience and for YouTubers especially. No one will play this or classic version based on this on YouTube because it's too unstable. But if it's based on 4.7, chances are they could do that, but the music is still copyrighted. So one would need to play either like I do with the music without any monetization, or two, if you want monetization like you see it in Zora, then you need to shut down the music. And could probably re-implement the vanilla music too. That's an option. It would remove the immersion a bit. Throw some grenades there at the enemy. Kill the officer there. Yeah, the Zoras were totally overpowered when the player controlled them, but yes, the AI, they were easily defeated. Especially by cavalry. Okay, we can end the battle. failed to stop the Labrynians from coming to the rescue of Hyrule Castle, Hyrule Prime. Right. I think we want to send some reinforcements to this army. Even if they are remnants. Cannon, we could send that too. Gunners. Some hand cannoneers. Alright, send that one so we could reinforce. Send the Hyrule soldiers too. Don't need 4 of them. Actually, check the units. Remove anything that is too few. 3 is too few. Right, we need 3 units. The monkeys would be a good fit. Pistolman could be a good fit too. Some home guards. These troops as well. Both armies can attack. Send 2 armies there. Need more troops. Not all the troops could move. Some of them could. Merged some troops there. Don't want to move all the tanks. Okay, so we are ready now. We want to move this army too. Let's move towards Majora. They have remnants. Can fight that battle too. 5 advantage. Start the battle. deployment. Tank could be in loose formation. Place it there. Group all the infantry. Tokai. And the better steam. The mechs could be grouped too. Loose formation, moving back a bit. Start the battle. Destroy the gate. You can't destroy the walls. Kill the, we destroyed the 2 hits. Let's move away. Tank before the mages kill them. Lose formation with the Tokai. Let's just attack now. Clicked too much there. I double clicked, which I wasn't going to do. Lost our captain, doesn't matter. Only generals matter for morale, not captains. But the Tokai have unlimited morale here anyway, so it doesn't really matter. It killed quite a few from the walls. There, Zora mages. Other way they can move up the wall. There's where mages here too. You can use the walls, but you cannot destroy the walls. Building capture the gateway. Well, these are the fluid masters. Look that they are in melee. We lost 9% already of our Tokai. We killed 6% of their troops. They don't have the numbers to win. So the battles here are perfectly stable. If it weren't for the execute enemies crash, the random end turn or save game corruption issue or the Pope issues, would be awesome. So yeah, might be worth it to port it. If I'm gonna do a classic version, at least. Stability is the most important part of the role, more important than gameplay features. But I prefer the balance of the units in this version. Maybe some factions are better than the other one, like the Lissalfos, but I prefer. I think some factions became too strong, like Hyrule in the other version. Have a really high defense and such. Well, in this version they are more balanced. I mean, they are not as elite as they are in Forbidden Sun. Let's attack their troops there. One unit can be ordered to attack the units on the walls. Ah, they can move up here. Didn't see that first. Should be able to move up here. Should be able to move up, but might struggle with the path finding. Now they found their way. We needed to click on the wall. It wasn't enough to click on them to attack the unit. Needed to click on them to go to that area of the wall. Now they can move through that gatehouse, I believe. Attack the Zora mages over there. It worked. You just need to micromanage a bit. They can fire through the stones too, which is dangerous. Zora mages are dangerous when they have a clear sight like this. Push the enemy. Kill the officer there. Should be a way up here too. Yeah, but they need to move up all the way over here. Then move all the way around. Takes too long. So we still have 80 Tukey slaves, 801 Zora mages. Zora mages are pretty bad in melee. Check the stats. 5-2, 1 hit point, 3 defense, bonus fighting cavalry, combat bonus in desert, good morale. And these guys 2 melee attack, 1 charge, compared to 2 charge and 5 melee attack. So our troops are better in melee. They still have hit points 1, 3 defense, same defense. Can swim, long range missiles, excellent morale. So yeah, our troops should win in melee. They did kill quite a few before we reached them. You can see here the bodies. But as soon as we reach them, it's over. These mages are the worst ones in their army because they can only shoot a clear sight of the target. They can't shoot down or up most of the time, but can shoot straight in front of them. The Sapphire Wardens are much better on walls. They can shoot down on enemies and such, or up on enemies. And the Flood Masters are the best ones. They have the best range and the most OP projectile. They are almost too good to be in the game, yeah. These guys are really good on walls. They can shoot down on enemies. I don't know why they didn't use them on the walls. But anyway, let's attack with these Tukey now. Kill 6 7% and lost only 32. We lost more than I thought we would. Did I... Fuck. I had selected the wrong unit there. Send a unit of mechs. These guys moved down for some reason. No, they fled. They were defeated. We will send a unit of cannon foders there then. Move up there. So only have 92. They will never break, so I don't know why I moved out the cannon foders. I must have had them selected. I mean the 2K slaves. Must have had them selected. Get back at them here. So we have Princess Selavan's statue here. HD version of her. There was such a model, but it was never properly rigged for the game. It was used in some cinematics, I believe. Used for this statue. Four mechs. Let's move them up to... Should win with the 2K only. We don't even need to use the mechs there. Can fast forward, takes forever. Yeah, we are winning on the walls. With the 2 units of cannon foders and 2K slaves. So our mages are not good in melee. Let's continue, it's a siege battle. They broke, okay. That made the 2K kind of overpowered against some units because they never broke, but other units that should be better broke. I had made them a bit too OP. Killed them here too. Oh, there's a Zora mage. Killed her. Alright, clear victory. Killed 180, lost. They killed 815, mostly 2K. We lost 693 out of 1734, have 141 remaining. We lost the smaller half of the army. They lost everyone, but they only had 198 troops. The battle was the city, capital, former capital of the Order of the Viceroy. I believe they haven't even spawned yet in this campaign. Unfortunately, Ganon, so they will spawn on turn 135 or 36. 136, yeah. So they haven't even spawned yet. It was the Visceral capital, taken from the kingdom of Hyrule by the Zora in the previous video. Have it. This is futile Vigaro. Armor routes. Can't move anymore this time. Oh, the Zora have a huge army here. I forgot about this army. Under Tilara, custom general. Zora mage bodyguard. She might be strong enough to take back Vigaro. So cannon. The capital. Thought we had defeated their armies. They had one more army here. They might even have an army up here somewhere. It came from Snow Peak. Right, we will attack. Can't attack this time. Okay, we'll attack with this army then. I think we'll control all the armies ourselves. Let's fight the battle on the battle map. It makes sense. Start deployment. Place the cannon over there. Fire ammo on. Can also place the tank there. And stop the game. Destroy the gate in a few hits. Reinforcements. Okay. Stop firing at the tank. They're opening up. He says. Let's attack with our cavalry. Destroy the gate, perfect. Can fire at wheel now. Have some cavalry here. Don't need the tanks to fire. Might kill our own troops. Change my mind. Sending in the Akrodungus first to fight their cavalry. Heavy cavalry versus heavy cavalry. The battles are very fun when they are stable. It's really annoying not knowing if it's gonna crash after the battle or not. It's hunting with the blue dragoons. Here they have a quite the force. Quite a few mages too. Just charge down with the cavalry. Charge. Alright. I think we can send in the Tokai next. And the monkeys, the miners, and other extra troops that are not proper Labrynnians. And the militias. I mean melee troops. Send in all the troops except the elites. 8 mechs could be sent in too. I had a... don't need to send in the tank. I had too few cavalry to win this fight. So I needed to send in them while they are still fighting. Send them in while they are still fighting. Could send in the tank too, I think about it. So we had more tanks reinforcing us later. Kill 17% and lost 2%. Their cavalry is still pretty good in the battle. Yeah, the cavalry did really well against the Zoras, against the mages. Here comes the Toke. The other troops. Yeah, is wasting the mages for the most part in melee. Had some Zora infantry too. They're wasting all the mages in melee here, which is good for our troops. Charge their infantry. Killed 52% and lost 13%. Still have troops over here, more infantry. Most part healers, better said. There's some cavalry too. So this is the old 2020 version. Certainly is more stable after battles than the latest one that I haven't released, because it had a lot of issues with Majora after battles. Too much actually, too many issues. This one is not that bad, even though it had some problems with the Hyrule settlement when I had won it 2 times. Crashed when I saved the game after. So it's not free of issues, but it certainly seems more stable than the later one. We are using some mages. So we can charge the way over there. still have some dangerous units. Kill the mages. Kill those guys, change my mind. Really need to get rid of those mages there. We're losing all the troops we sent in. Mostly Crown Gorons left. Lost the Tuki already. The Labrynnian troops for the most part. And the managed mischiefs, Huron soldiers, the monkeys, they are fleeing the battle. Charge these guys too. Smaller ones, the bracers. Send in a unit of cannon fodders too. A new fresh unit. We lost 46% and killed 67% of the enemy. Our troops are shaken. Rock shamans here and bastions. The battles are fun. Yeah. If it weren't for the crashes after battles, it would have been perfect. Rogue, perfect. We wasted our mercs and regionals and trash troops first. Let's charge towards their barrier here. Rogue their Zora infantry. The entrance to the Shadow Temple is down this well. This will be the entrance. Got some home guards here too, 4 of them. There is policemen, basic troops. They're broken. And the rock shamans are broken. Bastions look really tough, but they will probably break too. We might defeat the Zora infantry too. Yeah, we did. Let's charge their cavalry now. Almost out of bastions. They are broken already. Routing. They fled. 18. Blue Dragoons will send them in. They are reinforcing. Now we still have the bracers, 30 of them. They broke. Too bad. We had really bad morale in this version. Tuki have arrived. Entire unit. Cannon fodders. Okay. Killed 71% and lost 50%. Oh, isn't that the main Supremes? There are many. 71. They'll certainly kill all the Tuki cannon fodders. The last Tuki. One big Octo Rider, the banner carrier. They have any cavalry left? Yeah, they do. They won't move in the Dragoons yet. What I want to send in is the mechs. Send in our mech units. Instead of healers, boosting their morale. Remnants of the Blade Masters. Had quite a few cavalry units here. Cavalry's over here. They're probably too few to win against their cavalry. Here are the mechs. Alright, reach the domain supremes. Should be stronger than the domain supremes. They are fewer in numbers. Another unit, 37 in a full-sized unit. Now we have the numerical advantage of this unit. So in 4.7 I did have some crashes when I used the third person mod, so all medieval 2 mods are less stable when using that. Winning against the domain supremes, there are only 31 left. Let's move in with these two as well. And these could attack their cavalry. The goons could attack their cavalry too. send the mechs against their cavalry. The mechs can break, but only when they are very few remaining. We lost 53% and killed 88%. Killed another one of their captains. Winning against their cavalry without our cavalry. Yeah, the mechs are really strong. Their infantry broke already. They have their blade masters here. They are wavering. They are inside of the plaza, so they will not break. Mechs were really strong. Killed 99%, lost 53%. We won the battle, I believe. 100% enemies killed, 52% allies killed. We'll restore some. But we weren't really killed, they were hurt during the battle. Okay, so we lost 43% and killed 100%. Killed 972 Zoras. Took 86 prisoners that will be executed. And Captain the Carrier had 1200, they killed 1250, but they killed more than us. Okay. Battle of Kakariko, 214 after cannon. One of the cannon fodder units killed 112, so yeah, they were really strong because of their unlimited morale. Blue Dragoons 174. Okay. have it. This is feudal Kakariko and army routes. Alright, can't move anymore with some of the units. Have the tanks and the cavalry could move. Most units couldn't move. Over there. Right. I have some troops there too. We'll attack. See the game for the battle. Fight the battle on the battle map. Actually, yeah, we'll fight this battle too. Let's see, did they have any? Okay, we could attack with the, no we can't, we will attack with this only. Fight the battle on the battle map, yes. Fight the battle on the battle map. But I think we will control all of them, or should we? Yeah, I think we will control them. We let the AI control half them. At the Battle of the Shadow Temple Fort, which is beneath Kakariko. Start deployment. Shouldn't have had tanks in the battle, it's a bit immersion breaking. Here's the, I believe, here is where you enter, yeah. It's supposed to be underground, that's why you have this darkness, the veil, and you see nothing if you zoom out like this. See that the Shadow Temple is underground. That's why maybe we shouldn't have had tanks in the battle. But anyway, doesn't matter. We needed the tanks to start the battle. There are no gates. Okay. Start the battle. We will retreat with our 2 tanks. It felt wrong to have tanks in an underground area. But our allies still have tanks. So allow it to attack. Attack with our blue dragoons and Akudongo jockeys. Oh, they can shoot through the walls there. What are they firing at? Who are they firing at? They have a really long range too. Our ally probably. Yeah, we have our ally here. They have started to move. Ah, we have the 800 meter remnant. Fire from outside and through the stone walls. We have some mage cannons here firing back. They are dangerous. Much better than a normal cannon. Unlike in Warcraft of the War, there are these green effects, really cool effects. Fit the settlement. For some reason they weren't important. At least I don't think so. Already broke the Akudongo jockeys here. Remnant unit. Hardly see anything on the map. It's better outside. Here are some allies. Mech. Okay. Oh, more blue dragoons are entering there. This is an allied unit. Right, we killed 34% and lost 14%. Seems like we are winning. According to the balance of meter, balance of parameter. And we are not fallen Captain Ferta, just the captain. No generals in this battle. More troops took cannon fodders. Oh, mix already entered. Broke the blue dragoons. Might return to battle, they are shaken now. So lost 22%, killed 67%. They are facing the mechs, they have not a numerical advantage. They're moving in here. I have a Dragoon unit here, firing pistol shots, gunshots. Oh, and these guys are moving right here. Killed 72% and lost 22%. Discharge. Still have some mages. Sapphire Wardens. said that Dragoon unit only had one left. Attack. He's standing there for some reason. Just charge with the cavalry. No, we'll charge these units instead. Alright, we'll stand in some troops. Rallied, men. Oh, they have shot me. Oh, I reached the enemy here. Oh, we broke through here. Killed 93% and lost 26%. Fast forward. Have a captain here or general. I think it's a captain. No, I mean it's either a captain or an officer. Or a big captain. Two remaining of the domain supremes. Oh, a banner crate. 100% enemies killed, 24% allies killed, but we will restore some. Took the Shadow Temple from the Zora. Both our armies killed about the same, 130, 139, our enemy killed 149. Statistics Kakariko Gorge, the Shadow Temple, 240 enough to get. Alright. army rat captain and took a loan of Labrynna. Right, let's end turn. Game. Built is seized, Kingdom of Arcana, and gathered a treatment report with some new troops. Section report. Lost a few generals in battle. New air-seekers, and then we lost 5 heroes. 5 generals. So now we are holding 23 regions. We need 7 to win. We were set back for sure. That. Stop the timer for now. Here are the remnant force. Right. Right. Attack tier 2. Right, fight this battle. Battle. Let's put them shouting on. They started in the castle. Reinforcements, Ferta. Let's attack immediately. 972 men. We had mostly Tukke. Had Pathfinders too. And some other stuff. Crossbowmen border guards. Mostly Tukke. Here we had a pioneer unit. One of their worst units. Battle is the Battle of Malcarico Castle. This is the actual settlement of Malcarico. Used in other places too, but this was intended for this area specifically. They had border guard crossbowmen, pioneers with civilian animation. They were used as militia. The Tukke, some Pathfinder crossbowmen, more Tukke. A lot of mages. We should be able to win if they use them correctly. We'll see. use them from afar, we will win. If they use them in melee, we might lose. Yeah, they seem to be preparing to fire. Can also penetrate troops. Managed to enter melee to one of their units. They had some infantry too. So I need to go and eat breakfast after this battle. This won't be the final video. The Zora managed to stop the timer. Needed to hold the Hyrule Prime for 5 turns. We are down at 3. But now they will need to start all over again. 5 turns. Yeah, the mages are really dangerous. Because they are masses. Yeah, full and Captain Yorube, Labrynna. I won the battle. Killed 97% and lost 3%. Ja, general Ferto of the Zora killed 441. Took mostly, some Labrynnians. Then Yorby of Labrynna had 1511 men. They had like 500 or 600 more. And 467 lost, 44 remaining. They only killed 268. The battle was the Battle of Malcarico, 214 of the cannon. Zora mages killed 265. Blade masters 123. Another Zora mage unit killed 107. Another Zora blade master unit killed 198. Another Zora mage unit killed 240. Zora infantry killed 170. Enter Malcarico there. Now let's see. Can hire some troops. Oh, where we get Glade, we can get Keaton Saboteurs, Crossbowmen, and Keatons. Let's go for the big of the battle platforms. Siege battle platforms, we want to know if they work or not. In this version we didn't have the Zora spires for some reason. Sucked. Right, you're done there. The recruitment and the construction. Oh, another faction is attacking there. Gorm are attacking Erdorn. I have the acid sprayers, they might crash. The starter sold that one. I sold this one too. One. Viren. Will not accept. Majora attacked. They have the eyes of Majora bodyguard. Just have to resolve that and we lose it. Might be dangerous to fight that battle. Need more numbers. We'll save here, continue another time. Thanks for watching, bye.